Good morning, everyone. Mm-mm-mm. I need some music. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. Um. So typical FOMC day. I'm assuming where we are going to rotate in a balance until FOMC decision. That's my general idea going into any FOMC. We'll see if that shifts. We also have Microsoft ER today, so again, not expecting a ton of market movement without those two decisions swoop in. It just doesn't really make sense. So we'll see what happens, but I'm assuming that we are going down or sideways within this balance, right? We're either going to continue to trend down or we'll continue to hold our 3 levels that we have on stream right now. So I'm just going to keep that in mind. If something changes, of course, we'll mention it. But yeah, does not make sense for a ton of money to start stepping in beforehand. Yeah, we do. Yeah, again, like it just doesn't make sense for uh without like all these ERs. It's an ER week plus FOMC, and like, it's just gross. And tech's already been battered and beaten.
Bank of England's Bailey says we are seeing hedge funds take much bigger positions in government debt.
But I'm most worried about Microsoft because they have the biggest interest in OpenAI, and we've seen what's been happening with NVIDIA. So what they say, I feel like, is going to be important. I could be wrong, but
And Bailey says there's a risk that
they
these hedge
have
funds'
to
positions can get suddenly unwound.
justify their investment. But yeah, we've got Meta, IBM, we've got NQ itself, NASDAQ, Tesla, T-Mobile, Microsoft. And then tomorrow we have UPS, Intel, Visa, MasterCard,
Bank of England's Bailey
Dow,
says hedge funds are playing a bigger role in government
Comcast,
bonds.
CAT. So we have a lot of interesting names tomorrow as well from a completely different sector, right? We'll have some more financials and some more like utility and communication stuff. So, and then the day after that, we have healthcare and energy on Friday. So this is kind of like our big last tech day, Wednesday. But then tomorrow is more financials and communication. Thursday, of course, has Apple included in it. That's our last like tech. But I'm more worried about all the other financials on Thursday. But here's the ER chart. Again, we're just stuck between 530, 50 as resistance and our 495 below. There's not a ton here. We're watching to see if these higher lows can hold with RTY leading up. We have room if we can start to bid over 550, get over this POC here at 554. Then we can rotate back up to the sell side liquidity up into 590, 610. But until then, we're just in the middle of the range, trying to break down trend. We should have a slightly upside bias as long as Russell is continuing to show momentum with NQ holding higher lows. But we do need to understand that we are just hitting our heads into POC of previous sell side candle, right? What's up, Flex? Morning, Cass. How was yesterday? I was thankful that Mario let me take a day off. Was it tradable? You guys do all right? Testing into our POC of previous candle here, we're looking for this look above to hold and bid. Again, as long as RTY has momentum, we have the ability to push this range. So far, that thesis is holding, but we do need to see a very clear look over this POC here at 54 and hold, or expect sell side to try to establish here again. Yeah, RTY is flying. Jesus. And from what I can see, they think it remains at 4.5% from forecasts. So it just seems like it'll stay the same. We'll see what actually happens, but that is the forecast. With RTY loss of momentum into our pivot above here into 12 to 13.7, we just don't have the capacity to keep going up on ES and NQ. NQ held our POC resistance here from previous candle. ES held our 30-second opening range and is now rotating down to our buy-side liquidity here at 80. We're just going to have to wait for Russell to find a lower high. Sorry, higher. Yeah, we're just waiting for us to find a bottom. Sorry. I'm hoping that it happens somewhere in between here off this last up thrust, right? Something like this. But I've got to wait for that momentum to come back in before we can attempt anything. With NQ falling down with ES and NQ at those pivots, it's just a full market push, right? So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping like 306.30 is kind of where we find that low. Again, just somewhere kind of in the middle here. It's about as low as I'd want to see us go. Mm, 5 seconds until new 15s. RTY still holding a lower high, just waiting to see if we can get back over 12s or if this is going to be a continuation of our downtrend for one more leg down. Found liquidity in the area we needed to on ES down into our 80. Now just waiting to see again how we interact here. Watch our 86.75 as we push up into this to see if this is going to be resistance for that lower high on that first potential downtrend continuation. Need to show pretty clear interest back above this for continuation higher. Again, I'm watching Russell to see if that also puts in a lower high with ES into our edge and NQ into our edge. We need to see some pretty clear lifts here into these new 15s for continuation up. We know that there is a seller at 59 right now on NQ. Just keeping an eye across the board to see if these are lower highs though. Need to see Russell really show its hand here. Get us back over.
Nasdaq CEO Friedman says technology is to continue to be a driver of the economy. And says we're just at the dawn of AI and there's more companies left to benefit.
Pushing into our 306.3 here on RTY, watching to see if this will hold bid for the rest of the market as well. Got our lower high on NQ, ES, and RTY right now. It's just about, again, finding that bottom on Russell. This is about as far as I'd want it to come down. If this doesn't hold, I don't see a reason why Russell doesn't come down to VWAP at 301. So we're watching to see if this bid can break downtrend here, or if this is going to be another lower high for a push down into 301.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA inventories. Crude oil forecast build of 2.186 million on the prior draw of 1.017 million. Gasoline forecast build of 0.245 million on the prior build of 2.332 million. Distillates forecast draw of 2.3 million on the prior draw 3.07 million. And Cushing prior a draw of 0.148 million. We also get the Bank of Canada press conference.
Mm. When is the important stuff happening today? I mean, you've got a lot of important stuff happening today, but the biggest thing that you're probably interested in is happening at 2 p.m., the interest rate decision. And then we have a bunch of ER after that. 2 p.m. Eastern is FOMC, and then 2:30 is when Powell speaks, and then we have a bunch of tech ER after that. Usually on FOMC, the decision days, it's just basically chop or balance before the decision.
At 10:30
But
a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly
we're
EIA
waiting to see if that's
inventories
going
data.
to
Crude oil
be different
forecast to build
today
of 2
with
spot
the overall
186 million
downtrend that
on
we're
the
in,
prior draw 1
or
spot
if we really are just kind of
017
stuck
million,
here.
with a range of a build of 3 spot 99 million to a draw of 1 million. Gasoline forecast a build of 0.245 million on the prior build 2.332 million. Distillate forecast a
I'm gonna
build of
change this
a draw of
line to just
2.3
an
million
anchored
on the
VWAP,
prior
just
draw
so that it's a bit more
3.07
dynamic
million.
and I don't have to keep
In crude
updating it.
Cushing, prior a draw of
There you go.
0.148
That'll be our
million.
resistance.
We also get the Bank of Canada press conference. And Bailey says, I'm optimistic that we will get an agreement on Basel, and we need to give new US administration some time. French socialist Patrick Canas says the Socialist Party is not returning to budget talks with the government for now, and the party wants further concessions from Prime Minister
Should
Beirut.
probably find a bit of a bounce into 72, 75, and then we'll figure out if that'll go resistance or not. But this is where our buy side liquidity is on ES and NQ. We're just watching to see how far we need to go down. Russell still has a bit more room to that 301 target that we talked about. If we don't see a strong bid at 72.75, then we're probably headed down for a full breakdown into 450, 460. I'm really just watching for a reaction into Russell VWAP before I do anything, personally, on the Globex time frame. So just giving that a second to play.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories. Ten seconds.
New 15s opening now.
Build 3.463 million. Build 3.463 million, higher
feel
than
like
the
the news bot
expected
is
build of
down.
2.186 million.
Is he talking?
Gasoline
I can't hear him.
inventories build
It says that he's
2.957
talking, but
million. Build
I see it moving.
2.957 million, higher than the expected build of 0.245 million. Distillate inventories draw 4.994 million. Draw 4.994 million. That's lower than the expected draw of 2.3
Yeah, let me
million.
log out
And
and
crude
log back
Cushing
in.
inventories to 6 million. Build 6 million.
You guys still hear me? Okay, we'll see if that worked. Some issue with my sound. Let me know the next time he's talking.
According to SBU source, Ukrainian drones hit Russian oil pumping station in the Tver region overnight. And the attack caused leakage of oil products and fire.
I did not, Kowalski. Something's going on. My Discord. It's weird that you guys on YouTube can hear it, but I can't. Very odd. Yeah, I've got people on YouTube telling me that he's talking, but I can't hear it. Which means that there's something wrong with like my amp itself because it's coming through on my PC. Pretty boring.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says
Hey, I can hear him.
movement has not constrained us so far.
So weird. I really just want NQ to take out its low, go into that 70 liquidity before we figure out what we want to do. Russell back to resistance, but if Russell breaks over 308, then I just feel like we go up. That's the issue.
And Macklem says divergence with the Fed hasn't constrained policy choices.
Say we take out this low,
and the timing of
and
Canadian dollar
then show support
follows
like
very
this
closely on President Trump's threats.
with RTY making a higher low here and then recovering. Like, that's bullish to me if we get these two responses at the same time. If Russell fails here into our resistance here at 308, while we also push below this, that's bearish, and then we rotate down to our next liquidity, right? So I'm really just keeping an eye on how we interact here, because if Russell loses momentum again and we don't see a buyer here into 70s, then to me it's like, okay, well, it's over for short term. We're breaking below balance. So keep an eye as we push down, looking for Russell to figure its shit out, and watching our liquidity here at 70s. If 70s hold offer, then we're going to be watching for a rotation down to 56, and then ideally 22 on NQ. We have 40 seconds left on this candle. We can see sell side putting up a new low here, trying to make this resistance. So we'll watch for a reoffer into that. Oops. And again, you want that offer to be pretty strong here into 85.95.
Exchange rate is responding to
any higher than that, then it just is null and void. There's not. We gotta wait. It's not ready. Our best bet right now is just playing off of this very clear resistance on RTY here with our AVWAP and looking for that loss of momentum every time we run into it until we can look above and hold.
Macklem says the bigger the move in the Canadian dollar, the more we're going to have to take those into account as we set policy going forward.
I want to see sellers get us back below 75s from this.
And Macklem says we're a long way from.
If they can't do that, then we're looking for a very clear pop above 90s and then continuation higher for short term. So really just watching to see if offer can step down with Russell pushing. Offer stepping down so far. I'm out 1 here on NQ just as we retest our low, and now just holding a runner. 74 average. Watching for our reoffer here again.
Noting Nvidia falling as much as 5.6% to a session low.
As long as we're staying below 90, I don't really see an invalidation here. But if we push back over 90s and Russell's able to show that this is the low, then we should be able to go back up and rotate up to 525 is my guess. So just watching. We can see this buy side liquidity is where the sell side was before. So any dip, we want to see bid immediately off of this if it's going to hold. Shift this to yellow itself.
And Macklem says the bank isn't seeing broad-based inflation pressure.
I think there's room to 12s.
And Macklem says there's no doubt tariff threat weighed on our last rate decision.
This is your 12s target. Watching for Russell to break down trend still. Bit of excess in NQ. We'll watch to see if this 12 to 25 can go supportive or if absorption occurs here again. To me, this is just top of balance now until we see this look above.
Macklem says the more we can get the economy on a solid footing before it faces possible tariffs, the better. And Macklem says, and from that risk management perspective, I think that reinforced the decision to cut the policy rate by 25 basis points.
Come on, RTY. I need to refine these levels a bit for our next dip. We'd want to see RTY find a higher low here at 302 and then push over 304.50 for continuation. Testing into our 302 here. This is also just like where the ideal bid needs to be for a higher low, or we just are going to take out our lows.
Through faster than upward pressures, then I expect we'll be focusing more on supporting growth. So US Commerce Secretary nominee Lutnick says the CHIPS Act is an excellent down payment. And Macklem says if inflationary pressures are bigger, monetary policy is going to have to be more focused on guarding against persistent inflation.
Feel like NQ can tag into 40. But Russell is just sideways, like it's actually, there's nothing there. All of the liquidity is sitting at like 98.90 for bid and 304.50 for sell. Like there's just nothing here where we're currently trading. Any lower than 504 on NQ, and I don't like it anymore for longs. I think sell side can hold here.
Bank of England's Bailey says latest global tech stock price moves represent volatile reaction to news. And Macklem says I don't want the initial price level increase caused by tariffs to start to feed through broadly to other prices and wages and then become persistent inflation.
Watch our reoffer into 504. Need to get below 90s for sell side. Russell pushing down into our 30-second opening range here.
And Macklem says forward guidance has its uses, but it has to be used very carefully.
And bid is desperately trying to hold on. $50 until the 15s. $12. I desperately want this low to hold on Russell. I want bids to be found here in our 30-second opening range, and I want us to get through this absorption through 2025 on NQ. It's just so goddamn slow.
So U.S. Commerce
Oh my
Secretary
god.
nominee Lutnick
RTY
says the US
failed.
must lead in AI and issue standards.
25 holding still in NQ. Get me out of here, man. $20.25 still continuing to hold on sell side on NQ. Need to find Russell low. If that doesn't find a low, it's just way too hard for NQ to do anything.
U.S. Commerce Secretary nominee Lutnick says we must bring semiconductor manufacturing to the U.S. U.S. Commerce Secretary nominee Lutnick says he favors across-the-board tariffs. Lutnick says tariffs can be used to create fairness.
I'm personally waiting. I got stopped out of my last contract there, so it's just a wait and see kind of policy for me.
Macklem says we will
Until
need to
Russell
rethink tariffs
actually
as a source of stability if
wants
there
to
are tariffs.
bid, it just doesn't feel worth. This 97 edge on RTY is a good look to see if sell side is going to shift. We want to see a look below 95s and then take out our low of day. We see NQ sell side really trying to hammer down here at this 90 to 85. We're just watching to see if they get absorbed or if we can actually see acceleration from sellers with this push. I'm hoping that we just get out of this range. I don't care which direction. I just need to see a very clear hold and push. Our footprint is so muddy. I'm hoping again that we just break out of here and find some sort of new liquidity. This is probably the worst FOMC balance I've seen so far. There's been a couple trades, but it's not great. Too slow.
And Macklem says we removed rate guidance language because there's a lot of uncertainty out there.
We have sellers trying to shift value from this 500 to 505. That's where they're currently sitting, trying to absorb bids. We need to see them show interest below 80s. We should see acceleration if we can show interest below 80. If they fail here and we're able to get over that 505, I think buy side has short-term control. But that's kind of my what I'm watching right now is just our interactions between this 500 505 and this 80 85 below us.
Senior deputy
One of these
Rodman
sides needs
says
to
we
break.
need to react if inflation takes off. So the Bank of Canada press conference has ended.
Oh my god, get me out of here.
Fitch ratings say European consumer goods and retail spending is to pick up in 2025.
Probably a smart move, Kels. We're just so stuck. Buyer at 80 continues to absorb. Seller at 500 continues to absorb. Stuck. Let's see if this look over 505 can actually do something interesting.
And US's Lutnick says tariffs can create reciprocity.
He wasn't so sure on that word. The bid has to be incredibly real here. You don't want to see this dip any lower than 95,500 on this attempt, or we'll probably put in a new low. We want to see a very clear bid now. Hold this 500, 505. Ideally, again, full invalidation would be below 95 because it's just going to be these guys getting off sides. We know that there's a seller. We need to see these guys who got stuffed at 80s to 85 to continue to be offsides, and we need to see secondary buyers really start to step in here to try to hammer this. If they can't do it, it's not worth playing, right? Like if this move doesn't happen here where we break out, I don't see any hope for buyers short term. I really don't.
And Lutnick says China needs to stop using US tools to compete. And US's Lutnick says, I vow to be very strong on chip controls.
40 seconds until new 15s. We are at our invalidation level for me. 95's held, but new 15 can be volatile. Still finding resistance into our 12 to 25. 20 seconds. The way that I see this is that this has been a buy side failure. Sell side value held on shift. We failed to hold our break, and now we're looking for a new low. We'll watch to see how our bid reacts here into this bottom again, but if this fails, this should lead to acceleration with these guys being offsides. Again, like that was the only attempt from bids that we had, and it was weak. Watch for your offer to be sitting 500, 505 here. Held our bottom of range, now testing the top of range with offside buyers above. This is a very classic range breakdown. We're looking for this to fail and then a lower low. If this holds, again, like there's nothing, but this is to be expected, this movement. We want to see a push below these lows on this test. Again, we have balance. We have people who attempted above, failed, rotate down, retest, and now we're looking for this. If this continues to hold, then I don't know.
The US's Lutnick says the US economy will be much, much better. And Lutnick says tariffs don't cause inflation.
Retesting our offer here into 500, 505. Held our lows again. Still trapped in balance. Nothing is changed in the plan. Same resistance, same bid. Look back into 500s, rotation back down to our lows. We need to see the look below and then acceleration below, just like we have drawn out. U15's opening now. No change in our range. Failed at the lows, failed at the highs. We are so stuck. If we don't break out of here within 30 minutes, I'm going to leave and then come back for FOMC. I'm not going to sit here for this. So, just an FYI. I'll give it 30 minutes to break, but if it doesn't happen, then again, I'll be back like 2 o'clock and I'll start stream up again. I'd rather go get lunch than sit here in pain. Watch to see if the bid can hold here or if this is going to offer. We need to see a failure at this edge for sell side to gain any sort of momentum. If they are able to just hold here again on buy side and we're able to show any interest above this 80-85, then we just rotate back up to our highs. We're watching what happens in this area, right? Just like these other attempts. We're looking for an excess and then a bid for rotation through, or for a failure and then a rotation below. $30 until new 15s. $10. Liquidity resting at 500s. This should be your first risk off if you are trading this on the look back through. Secondary would be into R510. Same trade over and over again, just balance recovery, rotation through. This is your secondary target in the 12s. Hold the runner, seeing if we can hold our top upper edge. Failure, just going to be a push below 500s again. And that'll give you your full rotation back down.
And US Commerce nominee Lutnick says if Canada and Mexico execute, they will avoid some tariffs.
That was the first decent trade in a minute.
So confirmation here from U.S. Commerce Secretary nominee Lutnick says if Canada addresses the flow of fentanyl into the U.S., there will be no tariff. Again, this is in a Senate hearing.
I'm personally looking for a move into 30-35 on my runner, but that might be a little too hopeful. Are you kidding me? You guys hear that? I gotta leave the building.
While this report is being verified, please leave the building.
Here, let me turn up my volume so you guys can hear.
Elevator. Use the stairways only. Not use the elevator.
All right, well, I'm gonna go die in the cold. We'll see if my runner stays. I'm gonna stay in this as long as we're above 500. Let's see if I can make some money while I die in the cold. I'm gonna mute. If my stream shuts off, it's because the building exploded.
U.S. Commerce Secretary nominee Lutnick says DeepSeek is leveraging from the U.S. and this must be addressed. And US Commerce Department nominee Lutnick says export controls must be backed by a tariff model.
All right, we're back. Can you imagine it was another false alarm? There's some like weird, I don't know how they did the plumbing, but whatever's connected to the garage, it just like always flings false alarms. I don't know, something with like the piping. I'm not really sure, but it's always the garage is the problem. There's like a I don't know, like a parking garage that's like not heated, but is inside the building, you know, in the basement and connected to the side. And I guess there's just some issues there. We're at target here. We'll see if we can break out. I'm debating if I just exit.
To keep the US in lead over China on AI.
Doesn't really look like there's a ton of interest above our 3035 target. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. This happens like bi-monthly, maybe even monthly. Usually at 5 in the morning. It's odd that it's happening midday. How far north? I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. It's very cold here. But there's no snow. It's just cold. I am, no matter what's happening, I'm risking off into 47. So we'll see what happens here. But that's this area above is just where I expect resistance to be. And this is VWAP resistance at 35 for the day. And our 15-minute VWAP resistance is at 47. So unless something like drastically shifts in our price action, this is ES value high, Russell, weekly AVWAP. There's just a lot of resistance here. We need to see something big from buyers to shift me from thinking that this isn't just the top. I was hoping for 1,000 per contract. We're at 900 right now. Yeah, the problem is like all of these false alarms, I have to go outside because the one time that it was actually real, half of the building flooded. That was before I got here, but yeah, like I'm not taking chances. The one time that it was real, people were moved out of the building for like a month and stayed in hotels. Predictive ranges on chart? No, it's just balance. So it's just where we were trading previously. So this is where we established sell side was sitting before. And we're now just trading back through this range. There's not really a ton here until we can get back over our value. So to me, it's just like previous day POC was here at 52s. We've had lots of selling happen here into our POC shift at 50. So this is a pretty good risk off for me. I'm stopped into 50s. That was 1K a contract from our low. I'm glad my runner was at least able to hold while I was gone. It's something. But yeah, we're just trading balance. You can see we just held our PVZ off of our reversion zone in our balance. We got our reversion signal into the low, recovered our 505 that we've been talking about, which became our value edge, and then flagged here for this rotation up into our value high, which is PVZ value high at 555. So if we get the breakout, amazing. I will be happy. I'm not really worried about missing out. We can always get back in if there's another play. My dad was outside too, Surf. It's the first time. He was forced to leave because he was taking his dogs out on the 5th floor with the dog park. And they made him go outside. He was so mad. That man wants to die in this building so badly. We had our parking garage renovated for 3 months. That's crazy. HOAs are a scam, man. It's crazy that they wouldn't pay for parking somewhere else. So gross. So this is how I played it. It's not perfect. It's not glorious. It's not the perfect entry. But I feel like I need to show just what we've been talking about, which is excess below, the ability to build back above, and then rotation through, right? Like that's the name of the game here. So this is how I took that with our ranges that we've defined. And this is how I played it, right? So just averaging into my position here with the look above with a very clear buyer showing their hand here on this bid, on this bullish candle, right? It's a very one-sided candle. And then just looking for this imbalance to basically hold from this bullish candle outside of our excess, and then playing up to our high, taking risk off into our resistance here, our first primary seller, and then I had to just leave my stop below 494 while I went outside. That allowed us to run into our target, and because I was gone, I didn't take profit, and we played it up into our 40. Right, but all this trade is just this maneuver, right? It's just this, which is, are sellers able to hold our edge? No, right? Like that has been what has happened over and over and over again. We can see it on PVZ in our reversion zone. All we've done is return back to balance from this excess. So we look for excess in our PVZ on our indicator, and we're looking for a recovery of our range, for a bullish bid to step in, for these traders below to be off sides, and a rotation back up, right? And that's it. It's just like, it's the same trade over and over and over again. And you can feel happy about it, or you can not touch it. But like, to me, that's the only thing that's here on these kind of balance days is, can we get back into our range, have sellers failed at the lows, have buyers failed at the highs, and then play the opposite direction. It's too slow for anything else. So when we see someone really start to step in, like we do on this candle here, and we get our reversion signal from our zone, it's like, okay, well, let's give it a try. It's the only thing we've got, because we're holding where we need to, and we're not looking below our 75 edge, which is what we needed to, right, see for this move down. So without that, I can only play in one direction or not play at all, which is upside, with my invalidation below 75. And now I'm just looking for bids to hold and a rotation back up to the top of our range to play this distribution. Because again, it's a balance day. We're in a D profile. That's what this is, right? So we are rotating balance. The reversion signals are these little dots. And then the invalidation levels are here. So when we are near, when we're in our reversion zone, which is just it's part of our indicator. So it's basically taking a deviation away from our value that's been established, this line here, and then creating a box where if we're on a balance day, we should revert in this box. And then it prints a signal once we see price action that looks like it supports it, it puts a stop, and then it lets you know that you can play back into value, our value edge. It's just part of our indicator suite. There's a lot of math that goes with it, but that's the basic gist of it. And we can see it playing here for rotations back up. It's the same trade that I just talked about, right? Which is, we look for excess, we look for recovery, we play the range back to our value edge. That's all there is. And now we're waiting to see if we can hold above value or not. Why is this deleting the wrong thing? We'll update levels. That indicator, it's PVZ, period value zones. That's our latest one. Patty doesn't have any signals. Stacked does, and PVZ does. Patty is just a price action toolkit for the way that we trade, giving you like your halfway back and your ADR and all that jazz. You can see that all we did was look into our 15-minute VWAP here, tag it, which is what we thought was going to happen, and then we've rejected so far. We're trying to build above, right, our range, which we were trading in before. This is a good sign so far that we're bidding, but we need more, way more from buyers, or it's going to fizzle out again with these lower highs, and then we'll start to do something like this for this rotation. So we'll just keep an eye and see if this bid can continue to maintain these higher lows. But if we start to look back below this 505, there's a very solid chance that this goes offer, and then we'll rotate through this range. I'm deleting this. I just wanted to highlight what I'm talking about. It's a bit messy.
U.S. Senate Minority Leader Schumer says, I will speak with Democratic governors about the funding pause. U.S. government worker union sues to block Trump for reclassifying and firing thousands of federal employees.
This is a very important retest here, guys. We'll see what happens. This is ES into our... Oh my god, I hate everyone. Alarm's going off again. I'm not leaving. We're dying in the building today, boys. I hate this building sometimes, man. It's such a prime location, but Jesus Christ, can they get their shit under control? But yeah, so this is a very important test. We failed our value high test on ES. We've rotated back down to our value low, right? Pushed back through. We're now watching to see if this edge will hold, if we build an excess again. Again, this is our 505 edge here on NQ. This is either going to be a failure, right, and a push down, or a bid and look back above 17s for a continuation up for a break of downtrend. So we'll see what happens. Russell is leading to the downside, complete failure to get over our 30-second opening range and rotating back down into our value low. In my opinion, we'll get a bounce here, and then we should figure out if we can get back into this range or if this is going to reject and then push down for continuation. So really watching our RTY edge to find a low for some relief. And just watching this buy side liquidity here on NQ, right? Can this area continue to maintain on a look below and then a look back up? Can our ES value edge hold? I'm unsure, right? There's not enough action going on yet. All we know is that there's very clearly a seller who is willing to take in on every attempt so far into our VWAP, and we have not shifted that structure, right? So it's really up to buyers here to show a willingness to maintain a higher low and build off of this, right? If they can't do that, we're in for a full rotation through. So really, again, just watching this area, keeping an eye on Russell to see if we can find this bottom or not as we push down into our value edge. God. What a stupid day so far. This nonsense. Bad price action plus making me leave the house. Yikes. I'm personally still not touching this. NQ's leading down, offer sitting at 510. If that continues to reject, again, we'll see a full rotation. Back down to 75s. I don't want to touch it. I want nothing to do with this. Yes, still flirting with our value edge. Russell still flirting in between our PVZ value at 86, or sorry, at 96, and our 30-second opening range low at 97. So it's trading in a 1-point range. I'd rather wait for Russell to either recover or break down. NQ is just in this liquidity. I don't like it. I'm fine missing this rotation while we wait. Again, a failure here is just going to result in something that looks like this. So we're watching to see if we can get back above this VWAP here at 17s from this look below and trap some sellers here at a higher low. That's the whole idea. So we trapped guys down here. We were able to then hold with sellers that were trying to push below and failed, which resulted in a move up. We're now watching the same thing again. Can we trap again and then get a secondary buyer to step in back over VWAP? It's either going to fail, right? And then we'll get acceleration for a pushback down to our lower edge, or it'll succeed and buyers are able to step in secondary to break downtrend and then push us up. I will wait for the secondary player. There's no reason to try to be a hero here. With Russell failing our 30-second opening range low, it does seem more so like we're going to go down as of right now, but I'm just going to wait. Dude, this alarm is killing me.
May I have your attention?
Anyone celebrate Lunar New Year? Is that a thing for any of you? Any Asians in the chat? Surf, your wife doing anything? I don't even know if he's here anymore. No, not yet. There's no hold yet. And we just did our full rotation on NQ. Again, I didn't play this. It was to be expected with the failure, but I didn't like the Russell divergence. ES failed to get back above value and is rotating down to our value low. We'll watch to see if a bid steps in here with Russell holding a higher low and NQ and ES back to our liquidity. This is the only place that I'd be looking for a bid to occur if it was going to happen. This is where we would want to see it. Failure here is just going to result in a lower low and a push down to our 56. What we're going to be watching for is a bid to be able to maintain here with Russell holding our higher low and then continuing upward. Again, we're at our edges. We failed. We pushed down. Now we'll watch to see if we can recover or if this will just be a lower high for sellers for a rotation down further.
Washington Post reports that the White House rescinded the federal freeze on grants order.
30 seconds until new 15s.
Confirmation now from a White House official as the White House rescinds the federal aid freeze.
Trump officials discussed tightening curbs on Nvidia China sales. So just to repeat that there, Trump officials discussed tightening curbs on Nvidia China sales. Any curbs would likely be a long way off as new team sets goals.
Our push down off of our failure here. Again, I'm not in this. This is
Just
gross.
noting some downside in the S&P 500 following that headline there. So Trump officials discussed tightening curbs on Nvidia China sales.
Nvidia cannot catch a break. We
The
went
US
down to our
Fed
bid
said
liquidity
now
here
Nasdaq
into
down
22 to
1%.
31. We'll watch for any offer into 56 above, or a look below this 22 to 30. I'm gonna delete this. We've got news coming out, so my chicken scratch means nothing until we
So Nvidia
figure
falling to
out
session
what
lows,
liquidity is
down
going to do here with
6%.
Nvidia. Just give this a bit. Next target here on an ES into 53s, our weekly AV up. Got very strong sell side trend. So far, offer holding our 22 to 31. Going down to our ADR target now. This is so annoying. I cannot stand the Trump administration for trading, dude. Makes this awful. This is ADR low on both NQ and ES, and previous day value low here on Russell. Again, as long as NVIDIA is falling, this market's going to be trash. And as long as Trump is continuing to do what he's doing, this market's going to be trash. Were you trading during his last term? A bit, yeah, of course. But it's just god awful during the beginning, man. It's just executive order, garbage, 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 random message, garbage. The market does like no clue how to price in any of this. Like taxing more on Nvidia? Like what are we doing here? The market is Nvidia. Watching our value retest here on Russell. This is our 95 test. We want to see this look above and hold. So far, solid bids off of ADR lows on both ES and NQ. We have sell side liquidity at our 22 to 30. Really all the way up to 40 if I'm being honest. We'll watch to see how we interact here. We need to push through this. We're getting FOMC moves before FOMC. I think you'll be fine for at least a retrace of this move if we get over 40. The difference between this Trump administration and the last one is the last one was just a lot of talk, and this one they're actually executing the things that we're talking about. And it's terrifying the market. Last one was just a bunch of yapping. This one, they're like actually putting things into effect, like major changes that have huge economic impacts. Yes. Yeah, do you know how many people that are going to be affected that thought that are like Republicans that need Medicare? They tried to do this last time and it was a disaster. And they had to back off of it.
So the EU draft document lays out a roadmap for thinning regulation across bloc.
I don't know. I'm not trying to get into politics, but like, Jesus Christ. This is our next area of liquidity. If you have runners, if you did take this, got big balls into 70s is your next offer. Need to get over 85s for continuation higher, but expect 70 to 85 to your next area of resistance. We're watching Russell where it sold off here into our 30-second opening range mid into 98.5 as where loss of momentum could potentially occur. Same thing on ES into our previous day value low to current day's value low. Just watch for any sort of loss of momentum here. See if sell side's serious or if this move will be completely retraced. It's the same thing on NQ and ES. Either this is going to offer and we rotate back down, or we'll bid and then we'll push back up to 505. What an annoying day. Yeah, it's the same thing. 65.75 was our liquidity that was present here on NQ, on footprint. We had it marked, but I'm not trading it. Can't be bothered. This is gross. We are there, where all those selling blocks are, which is why we thought it was resistance into 70s. Big old seller into 70, and our Russell retest of our 98.5 held as resistance and full rotations down. We'll watch to see our value edge to see if that can hold. But if you took a short, this is a great first risk off. We'll look to see if we get more. I'm just narrating this. I'm not trading this. Again, I've got real money on the line, not a evaluation account. So like I'm not touching it until I feel more confident. But I will narrate it. So far, our narrations are good. Until I see more liquidity step in, though, like I'm not touching it personally. No, I'm not trying to be offsides 10K because Trump opened his mouth. $40 seconds until new 15s. Got our bounce where we thought we would. Watching to see if this is going to be a lower high for sellers to do a secondary push down, or if the bid was able to maintain and we can get the look above that we have been hoping for, above 75.85 for rotations back into balance. Just what's on screen, right? Need to see that look above, or expect offer to be sitting here. Russell has been leading these moves, so we'll just keep an eye on our Russell pivots for direction.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump administration rescinds order to freeze federal aid funding. $35 counterparties take $121.842 billion at the Federal Reserve repo operation.
So Nvidia says it is ready to work with the US administration as it pursues its own approach to AI. The US's Besant spoke with Japanese Finance Minister
Testing our 85 edge here into the sell side liquidity. See if we can get our look above and hold for that rotation to 505, or if this stops out again. Need to see a very clear look above and bid. Russell's still holding this resistance at previous day POC and our 30-second opening range mid. ES testing our value edge, trying to build above. Need more. There's 40 seconds until new 15s.
So Besant and Cato discussed the importance of US-Japan collaboration.
Solid bid and look above our 85s and retest. Watching to see our reaction here into our 300 edge on RTY. ES attempting to build over value. Again, off this push on hold over 85s, target is 505 for first target. Need to be able to build above 505, 517 for this rotation back up to 30s. Watch to see how we interact here into POC on NQ. Move stops up if you are attempting. I'm flat here into 17 from our bid and hold of 85s. Playing our secondary pathing off of our hold of our low. If we can start to build above POC, then I'll play the next leg into our VWAP. Until then, just makes sense to risk off for me here. Only had one contract, so that makes sense to me. For a little scalp. Full rejection from our close of our contract as we pushed into POC on NQ. Russell still just rejecting our AVWAP. No change. Been the same resistance all day. Just holding our downtrend. Gonna delete these now that they've both played. Just get them off chart. We know our pivots. See if we can hold this edge on a secondary attempt. Looking for a Russell high or low. Keep this consistent. There's 20 minutes until FOMC. 20 minutes.
US Commerce Secretary nominee Lutnick declines to commit to honoring signed chipped contracts.
Offer sitting at 480 above. Watch to see what happens in a retest. Russell leading down. Yes, leading down. Watching for lower highs. So far bounced previous POC of last candle on the 15. And holding our offer again just at this 475, 480 area.
White House press secretary says this is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze.
These
It is
people
simply a
can't make up
rescission
their
of
mind.
the OMB memo.
Uh, $10 until FOMC. Still just rotating between our RTY pivots, value low holding, pushing back up. I really don't expect a ton until FOMC decision at this point. Just rotating balance.
So in So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, do get the headline event for the day, the US interest rate decision. A median forecast sees the rate remaining unchanged at 4.5%. Do also get the FOMC rate statement released as well. So looking at a note ahead of this from Wells Fargo, they say that the FOMC has cut rate at each of its past 3 meetings since September, amounting to a cumulative reduction of 100 basis points. The upper bound of the target range now sits at 4.5%. However, a pause in the easing cycle seems likely at this meeting and is widely expected by market participants. Economic growth has been strong entering this year, and inflation has proved to be less cooperative than the FOMC would like. Comments from many policymakers at the Fed have highlighted the risks to further policy accommodation, with PCE inflation still sitting at 2.4% year over year and core at 2.8%. Wells Fargo notes that while the risks to inflation side of the Fed's dual mandate have remained apparent, the risks to the employment mandate have subsided somewhat compared to a few months ago. The unemployment rate dropped a tenth to 4.1% in December, and non-farm payrolls has now been north of 200K in each of the past 2 months. So some deeper forward guidance from Wells Fargo as well. They say that looking forward, they expect the Fed to remain on hold for the first half of this year, and they then look for 2 cuts of 25 basis points each during September and December meetings, with the FOMC holding its target range at 3.75 to 4% throughout 2026. Just some longer run guidance from Wells Fargo there.
So what we want to see going into FOMC is that news candle low hold. That is the most important thing in my book for short term. Is that Nvidia news candle from the Trump sanctions? Like, we need to see that low hold. That doesn't hold. I don't have a ton of faith in buyers. I really don't. So we'll watch the volatility. We've got 7 minutes until FOMC. We'll get our rate decision, and then we can reevaluate. But we really want to see that low hold. I don't even want to see us like wick into it. Like that needs to just show as supportive.
Voice news disconnected.
That's not good. Let me give Tom the heads up. Last time it DC'd right before news, before the FOMC.
the first time since July. They say markets have been fully pricing a pause for much of the intermeeting period, and Fed speakers have made no attempt to push back. But even as they pause, the Fed will almost certainly maintain their cutting bias, suggesting that further cuts will be warranted if the data shows sufficient progress on inflation. RBC also adds that this is largely consistent with the current market pricing, although their own model call is for no additional cuts this year. But unlike the December meeting, there will be no SEP update to shape the post FOMC narrative. So any potential market reaction likely hinges on Powell's press conference. They say that Powell will likely take a slightly more constructive tone on inflation than his fallen apart comment in December. And RBC expect that he will echo other recent Fed speakers in saying that the data is generally in a good spot and that they have the luxury of time in deciding what to do next. But given the market's hawkish lean since the December FOMC, RBC says that any reduction in the Fed's inflation concerns could be capable of driving a dovish market response, even if it's just a very modest one. One minute remaining.
All right, 9 seconds.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 4.5% as expected. So the Fed statement does not include language that inflation has made progress towards the 2% inflation objective, as it did in the December statement. Fed leaving the rate unchanged here. Fed says it risks to achieving employment inflation goals roughly in balance. Unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level. Labor market conditions remain solid, replacing reference in the previous statement to conditions having eased. So seeing a bit of weakness in the S&P 500 and some strength in the dollar here. So Fed adds that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. The vote in favor of policy was unanimous. Balance sheet runoff to continue at the previous pace. Fed is attentive to risks on both sides of the mandate. So again, just to repeat there,
Holding
the
our low
interest
so
rate
far.
unchanged at 4.5% as expected. Only small changes to the rate statement here. So again, the main changes noting here, statement does not include language that inflation's made progress towards the objective as it did in the December statement, and also notes that the unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level. The labor market conditions remain solid. Previously, it had said the conditions have eased.
Liquidity is not back on the books yet, so please be careful.
As again in the markets, a little bit of weakness in the S&P, a little bit of strength in the dollar as well. Gold extending losses here too. Treasuries extending declines following the policy statements as well. Traders price in less Fed easing this year after the FOMC statement. Traders expect the Fed to wait until June to cut rates based on short-term interest rate futures. US 2-year Treasury yields rise to 4.249%. The 2 to 10-year yield curve little changed at around 33 basis points.
Yeah, still super thin. It's getting a bit better, but still very bad. Holding our resistance on PVZ here, our value low at 78, 75. Russell continuing to show weakness below previous day value low. In its current state, it looks like we're headed down to ADR, if I had to guess, with our value rejections so far. Wait for Russell to come down into that. That is all I've got so far. NQ is attempting to hold our reversion zone as of right now. Again, we did just reject our value edge, and sell side is in control. We're just watching to see how we interact here. Liquidity is still very bad. Okay, a bit more liquidity stepping back in. I feel like we have one more look down on Russell for that move down into ADR, but there is an initial bid here so far on NQ. I want to see our reaction into Russell ADR before we go crazy. Almost at target here for Russell, watching our reaction as we push down. Watching like 79.60 into our 80 area, right? Just watching how we interact here into ADR. We have a 10-point offer above us for 29 to 438. Watch this edge for reoffers. Russell finding a slight bid at our ADR target. Watching to see what happens from our seller here into 29 to 39. Need to get over this for any sort of bullish move. Expect sell side to be sitting there. Offer holding so far on NQ. Russell attempting to break downtrend here. Held where we needed to, but still in our overall downtrend on Russell. Into our offer here at 29 to 39 on NQ. 5 seconds until new 15s. New 15s have opened.
Let's keep in mind that live at the moment, Trump is currently signing the Laken-Riley Act. We'll see if he does say anything relating to the Fed today.
You are shorting off of 29 to 39. This is your first risk off. I've taken one off here. Just waiting now to see our reaction into this low. Back to our ADR. Watching Russell. New seller stepping in here. Keeping an eye on this area. Or reoffers for lower moves. We're going to get them. Minutes until Powell talks. Offer holding so far at our lower high that we've established. 398 to 409. Unsure if we were able to push below. I need to see a bit more from sellers here for acceptance. Or these guys are just going to get caught. We've taken out our news low on ES. So the only thing that's holding so far is our news low on NQ. Which is honestly the only one that really matters. Seeing as NQ is tech and the move was NVIDIA.
Trump says there was a short-term pause of funding.
Why is stack not displaying?
Trump says I paused a $1.7 billion in payments to foreign organizations.
There it is. Retesting our original offer. Let's see if our bid can hold. Russell's still holding our ADR low. We have 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes until Powell starts talking. Need to show interest above 40 for anything real. I am not going to short this again. I'm gonna wait and see what happens. Seems like a bid is trying to step in, so. Gonna let that play. See what happens. So stopped out of my short here. And now just waiting.
At 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC press conference with Fed's Powell. The reason why I didn't short on this push down on this last attempt is just because the Russell's holding pretty well. We need to see that weakness step in, right, for that continuation down if it's going to happen. With us holding higher lows and just kind of chopping here, I don't have an interest trying to play this short again, right? First leg did play, and there is potential that this continues onward. But we have 2 minutes until JPOW starts talking. I expect a decent amount of volatility, and the risk reward just didn't make sense to me going into JPOW because I know liquidity is going to drain again. So that's why I didn't play it. If you did play it,
it worked, right? Offer's still sitting there, but understand that the DOM is about to become very, very illiquid again very shortly, and small stops are not going to work. You're going to get filled, not at your stop. You will be swept. So just keep that in mind. I think it's probably for 95% of you, you should be risked off and just waiting for JPOW to start talking and for liquidity to come back in after the initial reaction. Now is the time to...
So we're shortly expecting the start of the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell.
Now is the time to bet on what color tie he's wearing.
The rate statement, which is already available on the feed, before taking questions from journalists at the event.
Any takers? What's he wearing today? All black? I don't know. Purple with white dots seems to kind of be the move. Not gonna lie. He's been a big fan of purple with white dots lately. Red and gold, dude. New 15's opening here, 3 seconds. JPOW starts talking now. I will link. I linked the feed in chat, but the news guy will also reiterate whatever he's saying, probably faster than the live broadcast. You're feeling red? Damn. That's bearish.
Fed's Chair Powell is now approaching the podium.
Ah, purple. Easy. Is it straight purple? Is that purple with black dots?
Economy is strong overall.
I can't tell.
Economy has made significant progress towards goals. Powell says labour market conditions have cooled but remain
White
solid.
dots? Easy. 2 for 2.
Powell says inflation remains somewhat elevated.
All right, so this is why I didn't short. Russell's holding. NQ held our low.
At a solid pace.
Let's see if we can now bid over this 40 for a rotation up, or if this fails with the look above.
2024 GDP looks to have risen above 2%. Investment in equipment appears to have slowed. Labour market conditions solid. Activity in housing sector seems to have stabilized.
Yeah, and he's always ahead. So annoying.
Powell says unemployment rate has stabilized and remains low.
Retesting our 40 pivot, watching to see how our liquidity reacts here. Russell still pushing, but at resistance into our 86.1. Looking for a pretty solid bid to maintain on our edge here. We're going to keep going up short term.
Powell adds labour market not a source of inflationary pressures. That's Powell saying labour market not a significant source of inflation.
Russell continuing to push. Got a really solid bid off of 40s for 27 points so far, risking off 1.
12 months to December. Core PCE 2.8%. Just recapping the prior PCE report. Powell says longer-term inflation expectations appear well anchored.
Out 1 more here into our PVC value low. 1 runner left, 48 average.
Powell says risks to achieving goals are roughly in balance. Powell says, I'm attentive to risks on both sides of the mandate. So noting S&P 500 paring back some of those losses as Powell's presser begins.
I'll probably get stopped out of this 48. We'll see. I'm going to try to hold it. Nah, I'm stopped. Liquidity vanished. See if we bid here again.
Powell says we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust the policy rate.
Need Russell momentum again. Liquidity is like completely drained, guys. It's about half of what it was 2 minutes ago. So just keep that in mind. Be careful. Bit of indecision.
Powell says reducing policy restraint too fast could hinder progress. Too slowly could unduly weaken employment. Says we are not on a preset course. Powell says we'll adjust policy stance to promote goals. Powell says policy is well positioned to deal with risks. Powell says policy framework discussions began this meeting. So that was Powell there saying the Fed began discussions of the framework review at this meeting. Powell says review of framework will wrap up by late summer. Powell says we will retain the 2% inflation goal. Powell says the inflation target will not be the focus of the review, just to clarify.
I won't be taking another trade until liquidity steps back in. There's like 1 to 3 contracts on each price point. I can't. We got a decent rotation from 40s to 70s, right? 30 points. Now I wait. Too volatile for me. Liquidity is still pretty bare.
Powell says I'm not going to comment on what the president said. So again, that's
Holding
Powell
our
saying,
blow.
comment on what President Trump said. Powell says public should be confident that we're keeping our heads down and doing our work. Powell says I have not had contact with the president. Powell says my assessment of policy stance has not changed. Powell says, I can see policy is restrictive looking at last year.
Solid bounce. Russell testing our value edge. Just another rotation of our range, right? Back to our first target here. Watching to see if we can recover and push above, or if this is going to continue to act as resistance.
Before the cuts.
I did not take that because there was zero liquidity to take an actual trade. If you were able to take that on a prop, congrats, right? Good money, but nope.
Powell says we are focusing on real progress on inflation or weakness in the labor market before making further cuts. Powell adds our policy stance is very well calibrated to balance the achievement of our goals. Powell again says we need real progress on inflation or weak jobs market to cut rates. Powell says don't need to see further weakening of the labor market to achieve the inflation goal. Powell says labor market really has been broadly stable.
I need over 500s for anything real.
S&P 500 pairing losses as Powell speaks, last down around spot 6%.
This is just our 15-minute VWAP, so not really concerned about this. We can expect sell-side pressure into this. We want to see that basically evaporate, and then bids really start to step in. I'm really liking the Russell momentum we have. Just remember that this is a full retracement of our sell, and we've been meeting the same seller over and over and over again here. So keep that in mind. As long as RTY has momentum, though, the market's in an okay position. But if this continues to act as resistance, then that's all we get. Good bid above 500s. We're seeing that liquidity try to step back in. I'd love to see a retest of 500s and then a continuation for a push to like 540.
500 erasing losses from the initial rate statement now. Still down 0.25%. Powell says we just chose to shorten the sentence on inflation. So again, that's Powell referring to the rate statement. Says we just chose to shorten the sentence on inflation.
See if we can flag here.
So to clarify that, the statement did not include language that inflation had made progress towards the 2% objective as it did in the December statement. Powell here just saying we chose to shorten the sentence. Says it was not meant to send signal. Further strength in the S&P 500 coming through there. Powell says the committee is in wait and see mode on waiting to see what policies are enacted.
I'm targeting a push to 586 area. If we can get it to our previous low and day open area on NQ, if this continues to remain. Bit worried about Russell into our value edge here with a loss of momentum. Same thing with ES into our value edge. We know that this is resistance based off of PVZ. We got to show interest above this, or this will be where we lose momentum again. Again, Russell is just the greatest leading indicator we have for strength and weakness.
Voice news disconnected.
We have RTY coming back down to our 30-second opening range. We're watching to see if a bid will maintain here in our yellow box. This is really important to see if VWAP can hold. As long as this momentum has ceased, right, the market's going to have a lot of struggles. So we're watching to see if this area can bid and if we can get back over previous day value high. If this area fails, right, then we were going to come back down to our node edge
Powell says
down
currently
here.
some elevated uncertainty because of the significant policy shifts, but it should be passing.
Watching our reaction here, we want to see Russell find a pretty sustained bid and then push back over like 303.
Powell says right now forecasts on policy are in the nature of a placeholder.
Good hold on our liquidity here at NQ as well, right? Just need to get back over that 550 for anything more. Same thing with our Russell edge here at previous day value. This is where we expect offers to be sitting. Right? Nothing is shifted, right? We need to see a look above and hold, or this will be a resistance, just like we talked about. "20 seconds until new
Powell
15s.
says I'm looking at the data to guide us. Powell says right now in a very good place.
Russell testing our edge, look above, see if we can bid and hold on new 15, or if this is going to continue to act as resistance. So far, acting as resistance, right?
Powell says right now I see things in a really good place for policy and the economy. It's a very large economy and policy is affected at the margin. Powell says don't need to be in a hurry to make any adjustments.
Liquidity has dropped again on Dom. Just keep that in mind. Be careful. A little bit volatility here. Just balance between our two pivots. Russell's needs to find this low again and be able to get back over that 3037.
Powell says we're reviewing the details of the executive order. Powell says we're working to align our policies with executive orders under applicable law.
Risked off a little here into a top edge, just in case we don't break out. We want to be risked off. Understand that liquidity dries up every time we come into this edge. We need to see a very clear look above and hold for that rotation up into our 588 target. Yes, retesting our high, NQ hold of our 50 edge and push. Russell attempting to look above. Let's see if these can sustain for final targets or if this is going to get shit on again.
Powell says staff look at a range of possible outcomes on the impact of possible policies. Powell says the Fed doesn't act until seeing much more than we see now.
Watching Russell into this view up test again. Need to see bid, right? It's the same range. NQ and RTY are holding a range. Are we going to find excess at the lows and break down? Or are we going to be able to bid back up, right? We're just oscillating right now.
See further progress on inflation. We think we see the pathway for that to happen.
We are able to find this liquidity on both sides very quickly. Now it's just about finding which way it breaks. You either are willing to trade the balance edges, or you're waiting for a very clear look above with acceleration, or a look below with acceleration.
Powell says Fed needs to see progress on 12-month inflation. Powell says seem to be set up for further progress on inflation. We're going to want to see it.
We're risking off one here into our edge from our lower edge. Watching our Russell retest, it is much weaker than NQ and ES. Just keep that in mind. Need Russell to recover for sustained bids to start to step back in. It is very illiquid. So you want to have a limit as your PT, because chances of you getting filled on market are very low at the price that you actually want.
Powell says I don't think we need the labour market to cool off anymore. Powell says overall the labour market does seem to be stable and broadly in balance, as he repeats. Powell notes that flows across the border have decreased. We have every reason to think that will continue, but job creation is also down. Together, those could be a reason for unemployment rate to stabilize. Powell says we run a careful budget process.
What's up, Julian? This bid is just not here above 50. Russell weakness continues, pushing down into our next edge here. Watching to see if this is enough of a liquidity look for us to find what we need for more upside. We need Russell to find this low and break downtrend. So far, downtrend is persisting, right? That's very obvious. Lower highs, lower lows. While NQ rotates between our liquidity. I'm looking for a push down into 500s here on NQ for some fresh liquidity as well. Still watching Russell.
Powell says we want serial readings suggesting inflation's progress. We are above everyone on committee's estimates of the long run neutral. Powell says our eye.
Full rotation, first risk off. You are trading the lower edge. Need to see Russell break downtrend. Again, nothing has changed.
Powell says we're meaningfully above the neutral rate.
I'm flat into 60 here. I'll look to re-enter if we can break on RTY as well. Just trading edge to edge. It's the same thing over and over again. Can you imagine that someone's at our value high, Ty? Okay. Yeah, it's got to break downtrend, man. 300? Yeah, 300 would be ideal, right? Show interest over a day open. I don't even know if that's gonna reliably give breakout. I think you need over previous day value high for that to become supportive, like we have marked. But yeah, 300s would be your first real test because that is your offer right now. It's never a good sign when Russell holds VWAP as resistance. Let's just like say it like that. It usually holds pretty steadily. Oof. Stretch. We have a new 15 opening in 5 seconds here, guys. So far, this is just an inside candle to look above. So we have some trap buyers up at the highs. Sell side still just getting absorbed into this 500, 515. Just watching to see if we can breach either way. Russell is, again, showing lower highs and lower lows. It is not a good sign for short term. Need to see this continue to find bids and break back above. Break out of this downtrend. NQ is going to be probably pretty flat with ES until Russell finds an actual low and can break downtrend. So just scalps of our range until RTY shows interest.
The footprint of change the footprint of trade has changed, not as concentrated in China as it was before.
Offer sitting at 556 right now.
Possibilities of what happens with tariffs is very, very wide.
All liquidity is raining again on Dom. Just careful. Again, I'm flat into 60. Waiting for decision to be made. Russell leading down.
Tariffs will transmit to consumers. Powell says the most recent data suggests that reserves are still abundant. Powell says we intend to reduce the balance sheet size. US Treasury yields giving back now most of their post-Fed meeting increase. A 10-year yields lasted around 4.553%.
Ample reserve regime.
Powell adds, we are closely monitoring signals on reserves.
See if a bid continues to hold here at 500 to 515 on NQ. Russell still in downtrend.
Powell says AI is a big development for the stock market, but we're focused on the macro economy.
Wicking into our 500 liquidity. Russell still full pushing down. This is VWAP on NQ. See if buyers are willing to continue to hold or if this is it for a shift.
Powell says long rates increases, more term premium. Longer rates have gone up not because of expectations about policy or inflation, but again, it's more of a term premium story. Powell says the Fed is watching the AI-driven equity sell-off with interest. Powell says long rates have moved up for reasons unrelated to our policy.
If this seller's back at 505, I might lose my mind.
Powell says don't need to wait for 2% inflation to cut rates.
Come on, Russell. Care about ADR.
Powell again saying we don't need 2% inflation to cut rates again.
Russell bid so far at ADR. Testing our offer here now into 86.1. NQ trying to lift. Need to see that look back above 520. See if that bid will step back in for the rotation back up to 50 to 60. This is probably like the most illiquid it's been in like maybe the last like 4 or 5 FOMCs. It's pretty gross.
Powell says trade policy uncertainty, if large and persistent, can start to matter. That's not something I'm seeing today, though.
You need to show interest over 30s. They're talking about stock market now.
Financial stability perspective at
So
asset
expect a
prices.
bit of volatility here across the board until these guys
And notes that asset prices are elevated by many metrics.
stop talking about this crap.
And part of that is around tech and AI.
Dude, the last questions are always so bearish. All these people at this conference have open positions. I swear. Everyone on their laptops just on Tradeovate.
Powell says if there were a spike in layoffs, we would see unemployment go up quickly.
We're holding where we need to. We just need to show interest over 30s, or it's just chop. Our 500 bid is still maintaining off of the excess below. We just need to look over 530. That has to be your risk off if you're scalping this range with a secondary target of 50 to 60. As long as Russell's been able to maintain higher lows, we've got a chance, but that 92 above is going to be rough. That ETH low and previous day value on Russell, and this 30 on NQ. Like it's just chop until then.
Powell adding, overall, this is a good labour market.
I just dipped out a little at 30 there. See if we can get the full rotation up. Limited out one more into 50 there. I have one runner with a 14 average.
Powell says there's nothing in the data yet about the decline in immigrant labour, but hear it from businesses.
Oh boy, probably get stopped out at my 14. We failed at 50 edge.
Powell says uncertainty is always with us.
Where's the snow?
Powell says downside risks to the labour market appear to have abated.
That snow is so packed.
And Powell says
Jesus.
the broad sense of the committee is we don't need to be in a hurry to adjust the policy stance.
I just know that there's some kids that are flying down. Don't know how to stop yet. No powder. "30 seconds until new 15s. Broke our lows. Russell's unable to get back over a previous day value low. Watching just to see our reactions.
According to Asahi, Trump and Japan's PM Ishiba meeting to be finalised for February the 7th.
We took out the lows. It's a good. We just need to get back above. It's the same as before. These guys need to stop yapping. See if this look over 15s can hold again. We'd want to see bid step in 500, 515 again if we're going to hold. Sell side is going to try to gain acceptance below 490. Again, we're just looking for excess again at the edge. See if someone's trapped here. If we can get back above. God, the liquidity is so bad.
Powell says the Fed will discuss the employment goal again in review.
Cryptocurrency.
Powell on crypto says we think banks are able to serve customers as long as they manage the risks.
Russell triple bottoming so far with NQ lower low again. Every single one of these attempts is just to try to garner a little bit more liquidity. See if we can get the
It would be
pop.
helpful to have a greater regulatory apparatus around crypto.
Not really seeing a ton of offsided players down at this low though. So it's really just a matter of can we start to show acceptance back above 20 to 30.
Now. Again, Fed's Chair Powell's press conference now over.
Watching our edge here again. JPOW stopped talking, so liquidity should start to come back in. Give it a few if you were unable or unwilling to trade during this at all. Should start to get a bit more liquidity in the market. Hasn't come back yet. I'd give it maybe like 5-10 minutes. Solid bid where we need it right now on NQ. Just need to look above. Need over 30. We need to get over 30. Offer's been sitting there for 30 minutes. Russell retesting our high of range here. See how we interact here into previous day value low. Can we get the look above and hold? That is the question. This is NQ back to top of range after the recovery. It's the same trade over and over again. Just the recovery from the low. Create an excess, look back over, pop up. Now we're watching to see if this can hold or if it's going to rotate, create an excess above, and then offer and rotate back down. We're going to need to see a pretty significant bid and hold from Russell if we want to continue higher. Again, this is our VWAP resistance and 30-second opening range above us. The breakout level hasn't changed. We need to see a willingness to trade above 300 on RTY for really anything significant, or just expect sellers here into this 96 to 300 offer and then rotations back down to our low. Same thing on NQ. It's just a matter of, can we establish bids now above, or is it going to be the same reaction as before where we look above, we build a bit of an excess, and then we rotate back down. Holding our edge so far. You should be moving your stops up if you are long off of the hold of our 45 to 60, right? Like just this edge, like we have pathed. This is our sell side liquidity that's resting here at 95 to 605. We need to see a very clear look above and hold, or this is probably all we get. I won't be bullish again until we show interest at that 605, 610 and show that it's supportive. This is our 30-second opening range that we're trading in right now. So until we show interest above our day open, we expect this to be our resistance. We want to see a bid step in, something like this. We're watching to see how we interact here into our buy side liquidity that we have present at 58 to 45. Just POC of this candle, right? Russell retesting previous day value here. I'm flat waiting for reaction until we can get over our 30-second opening range. I closed into 560. So just waiting now. So far, 560 is basically holding a supportive where I closed. Russell holding, good sign. ES holding, good sign. Just need to eat through this liquidity. Expect this, to be choppy until we can actually get the look above. Then we pop. What liquidity are you talking about? It's like, well, this liquidity that was here, right? It's a huge pivot that we have to eat through. New 15's opening now. This is that level, right? This is our 30-second opening range. So we're just rejecting it so far. Today was tiring.
The White House eyes a battle with Congress over spending power. The Trump team plans a legal fight over budget authority, according to a person familiar with the matter.
Entered back into our rotation off of our failure where we thought it would happen, into our liquidity above at 87 to 605. Found a small bid at 60s, and then offer was able to step down and rotate us below 45, and then hold that for a full rotation of our previous auction back down to 15s here. So nothing new, right? It's just the same old, which is rotations hold or they don't. And when they don't, we retest where liquidity was found last. So we'll watch to see if this 500 to 515 can hold on this attempt, or if this is all we get, right? If this goes offer again, I don't expect that this low holds. I'm kind of just looking to see if bids maintain like this, and then if offers sitting here, then we'll look to see if sell side's sitting somewhere like here for continuation down. But you should expect buyers to be present here, right? This is where value was. We just need to see where sell side has shifted value from this 45, if it's a new low, or if we're going to come back up to retest this offer. I don't know yet. Don't have enough information. While this is happening, Russell is just sideways, slightly lower highs and lower lows. But basically just maintaining our previous day value here. Response is exactly what we thought was going to happen, right? Full rotation back up. We now watch to see if offers sitting here at 45 to 60. We expect them to be here. So if you did take a long off of our low liquidity, right, you need to risk off into our high liquidity. It just is that simple. It's edge to edge. The only way I see that this 500 to 515 breaks down is if Russell loses these higher lows. If not, we should just expect balance between this 500, 515 and 45.60 until a side is chosen. If we can start to see that offer really show interest below 500, right, like that's when we start to see a bit more selling pressure. Until then, just expect chop here in between our balance. Yep. Nothing's changed, right? Rotation between 45 and 15 on NQ with Russell maintaining higher lows, right? So only way you get the breakdown is if Russell loses the higher lows and we show that offer below 500s.
So 1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
Yeah, it was. Until next time. Yeah. I'm so excited to not have to sit here for much longer. The liquidity is still piss poor on Dom. Like, it is still just terrible.
Market and closing balance, S&P 500, 200 million to the sell side. NASDAQ 100, 500 million to the sell side.
He's like laughing. What's going on?
Dow 30 buy side of 40 million and the Magnificent 7 a sell side of 363 million.
Russell held our lows. Back to our top of our range here. NQ still chopping sideways where we thought. There is nothing over our day open so far. Market is flat, slightly down. See if we can get over this 300 and actually do something into close, or if that's that. There's 9 minutes left, so you know, not a ton of potential here. I probably won't touch this. Maybe if we get like a really strong reoffer of 500, 510, I'll touch it. But other than that, just Russell range rotation from our highs to our lows. We'll watch something like this, maybe. If it just goes down, I'm not playing it. RTY is still flat, holding our highs, so like, our lows. So there's no trigger for me. This is where you'd want to see a pretty strong rejection if it was going to happen. Again, RTY is still holding higher lows. So it's a bit iffy, but we're watching this 500, 510 area. Yeah, no. the potential for this to just bid back up to 45s is way too high with Russell holding where it needs to. Yeah, that's why it's so important to have some sort of trigger mechanism where it's like there's no, unless something drastic changes, like if Russell's holding where it needs to, like I'm just not touching it. We just like flew through those sellers and just bid right through it. And now we're just rebidding off of 15s for the rotation up to 45s off the recovery. Sell side had one chance there, 500, 515.
At 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we get Microsoft's second quarter 2025 earnings. Estimated EPS at $3.12. Estimated revenue at $68.9 billion. And Tesla fourth quarter 2024 earnings. Estimated EPS at 75 cents. Estimated revenue at $27.21 billion. And Meta fourth quarter 24 earnings. Estimated EPS at $6.
I'm very curious what Microsoft says in their call with OpenAI investment. Very, very curious. Yeah, we completely just negated that liquidity that was there. Just jumped right over it. So gross. There's nothing worse than FOMC and Tech ER week in the same. It's so annoying. Just makes like everything so choppy. Yeah, you definitely did. It's gonna be pretty garbage until we start to figure out how all of these executive orders change the regime, if anything. I think JPL said it really well. It's like you're not gonna be able to, like, we don't know the effects. Well, we know what past effects have done to tariffs on goods to consumers, but we won't be able to say anything until we actually see that data come out, and they have lagging data. So like the market doesn't know what to do. We have all this tech garbage. Nvidia has so much pressure for downside with both Trump and China. And now it's just like if consumers are also going to feel the brunt of these tariffs, like that's going to be really bad. Which is what's going to happen. It's not going to get offloaded on the countries. It's offloaded on consumers. That's how tariffs work. Companies aren't going to take a loss. They're just going to up their prices to cover it. They maintain the same margins, just like always. And then consumers pay more. But he can't say that in the meeting. But that's how it's showed in every past example. $10 till close, just another rotation, 45 to 15. That's your close. I don't really have any takes into end of day for tomorrow.
At
I
4:05
do
PM,
like
time to get Microsoft second quarter 25 earnings.
that we
estimated
held
EPS $3.12,
our news low.
estimated revenue at
This is
$68.9
huge.
billion. Tesla fourth quarter 24 earnings, estimated EPS at 75 cents, estimated revenue at $27.21 billion. And Meta fourth quarter 24 earnings, estimated EPS $6.78, and estimated revenue at $46.98 billion.
I mean, if we can work some magic overnight, if this Microsoft ER and Meta ER is good, I mean, this is in my opinion, not a bad close for bulls.
News disconnected.
But it's so dependent on how terrible these ERs are and what their forward-looking guidance is that I can't really speak on it. But I do like that we held our low. That was really nice. But if Microsoft and Meta are like, we're screwed, then we're screwed, you know? So I'm gonna be looking to see what they have to say, and then we'll come back tomorrow and figure it out from there. Don't really want to speak much more on it until we have those reports in. But I'll be here tomorrow. You know the drill. I'll see you guys at open. Goodbye, goodbye. What an exhausting day. Microsoft tanking. Yeah, I mean, it's just wait for guidance to come out. It can fully whiplash the other way. All right, peace.